I think it should be working now, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it is. I thought it was my system being broken, but I tested it with other videos. It was fine. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, because here's the thing. It actually shows on my mic that it's running, and it shows that, you know, all these, how do they call them, the decibel line or whatever that is. And that's what I was looking at, but somehow it was not transmitting into a computer. But what the bigger problem is that it's always connected to a certain port, so I might have a problem with ports, because I can see right now not even my, because I have a, you know, it's a wireless mic, and it needs to be charged, but it was not charged even. So there's something not right, because they're connected directly to a computer. So either my ports are gone, or I did something differently. All right, I don't want to really waste our time with this. I'll definitely look into it, because yesterday everything looked as usual. So let's see what's happening. Later today. Okay, all right. But we are good for now. That's the most important thing. And I started, so I'll start again. So this is going to be the official start. Okay, so welcome to my atelier. Welcome to Asylum Atelier. Actually, welcome to Creative Discourse. I started today with a couple of information about the and I completely lost the track. I was talking about something, and anyway, it doesn't matter. It's a new thing. It's a new start. Oh, I remember. I was talking about the advertisement, about the ads. That was actually an important announcement, that we already have ads in place. It's a testing period. It's something that we discussed together as a part of the experience, as part of the experiment, actually. And I want to mention that this is really a testing phase. These ads should help us actually to give ourselves space to reset, refocus, replenish our water, tea, coffee, whatever you like. That's the first most important. Stand up if you are sitting behind your easels. Walk around a little bit, because not only your palette needs to be reset, and the pigments squeezed from tubes and replenished as well, but also your eyes needs to get a little bit of rest. And when I say rest, I mean like you don't need to really put anything on them or massage or anything like that. I mean, they deserve that, but it's the same thing that they recommend you when you work behind the computer. Every 30 minutes you should move and look somewhere else, because your eyes get really strained. That's the word. And that's not really good for them. They need to be moving, the muscles needs to work, and that would be bad for your eyes, but also it's going to be bad for your painting, because no matter when you work large as I or small, it doesn't really matter, because you have to really step back and you have to evaluate your painting from a distance. Why would you want to analyze your painting from a distance? Because you will get rid of unnecessary details. So as far as you go, you're starting to see less and less, and it's going to kind of create an idea of it's going to, not idea, it's not going to create idea. What's the word that I'm trying to say? It will help you to simplify what you're looking at. And it always goes from large to small, from larger shapes to smaller shapes. And also the first moment when we get attracted to a painting, it's in the corner of our eye. It's something, some shape, and that maybe contrast between dark and light will kind of invite us to, turn our head and go towards that painting. It's basically the same idea as ads are designed to, or billboards, or I don't know, posters and so on and so forth. They're supposed to attract and catch your attention immediately. And that's something that, in writing we would call hook, right? So you need to be hooked, and then you want to go closer, and you want to explore, you want to get involved. So that's what you need to work on. It's that overall shape, and I like to call it the composition, because it is a main composition. So, and I know that it's people tend to think that the bigger the painting, the more attention it's going to get. Yes, in the terms of like a smaller space, it's really difficult to avoid not looking at this painting. But when you think about when you are in the museum, there is rooms full of beautiful, beautiful art, which they're fighting for your attention, and always going to be. Some of them fighting with that kind of a subtle, small adjustments, and some of them are being bold and bright, right? So there are differences. That's why you will never see, well, maybe you will, but that's why there is a big no-no in between painters to actually mix a Rembrandt and tonalists, quote unquote tonalists, with Impressionism, because if you put a beautifully fully colored painting with all the cadmiums and the really powerful and potent even pigments, you would see that the Rembrandt's painting would almost look like they're monochromatic. So it's a contrast that works for us very, very well. And I have never tested this theory myself. I just saw different exhibitions where where really, really good paintings that had a lot going for them were completely overshadowed by the pure how would I be? Pure, what I'm trying to say, the pure contrast? No, the pure, like the vividness of a pigment. Like you have a bright orange, we talked yesterday about cadmium yellow deep, which is almost the orange pigment. But it's really, really difficult to fight against that, such a powerful pigment. So these ads are also supposed to help us to stand up, and move away from your painting, observe it from a distance. Maybe I like to use mirrors, so I'll look at my painting through the mirrors, and we will, as a group together, just do all these things. Also, you might want to clean your palette, like I said. Make sure that if there is something that is missing, you have it close to your hand, so you can continue working. It's a good practice. If you ever had an experience with a life model, usually life models, they have break every half an hour. Depends on the a place that you go. I saw models having a 25 minutes of posing, 5 minutes of break, and then I also saw like 45 minutes posing and 15-minute break after 45 minutes of posing. So there's different studios, different ateliers, different rules, but the idea is the same. So at least 5 minutes every hour, you should actually, you as a painter should get away from your painting, relax your eyes, relax your muscles, relax that, that pressure that is on you, that, I have to perform, I'm a painter, I have to do this. And just walk around, maybe scroll through your library, your references, maybe, a little peek in the book, or just close your eyes and just, relax for a second. It will really help. I can't stress this enough. You can see me walking back and from my painting. I might be actually more outside of the frame or behind the palette than with the actual painting. Because what's happening here on the canvas, that's just the final result. That's just that that glamour that it's, on the stage, and there is so many other moving parts that are behind the stage, behind the scenes. As you all might know, making a movie, it's not about one star, a movie star, even though we praise them the most. But in my personal experience, because I used to work in the industry in Los Angeles, in the Hollywood, and there is so many moving parts. There is a crews of hundreds upon hundreds of people. They're actually preparing stuff from, I don't know, from the first, the most important, which is catering, probably, from eating, all the way to making sure that the place is safe and secure for everybody to work. So that's how I picture or that's how I would explain what the painting is there is so many things that are happening behind. I have tens or maybe even hundreds sketches that predate this. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different variants with the slightly different sizes and in the different stages of execution, right? I have some that are done with charcoal, some that are really, really small color sketches. I have some digital sketches. I have some mixed media where it was first digital, then I print it out, then I paint on top of it. There is a lot of work that is behind actual this painting. And then also you have work to paint this as well. So these breaks are very important. They keep you sane, they keep you relaxed, they keep you kind of in that chill mode. So that's what we're going to test right now, so we can get to kind of a same schedule, time schedule. They should be. I should get an announcement like 5 minutes before the ads should run. I don't know. This is a testing stage. It might not happen. But I will stop for these 3 minutes. I believe that it should be 3 minutes, and I will do the same thing, and I'll be actually following for once what I preach. So that's that. That was the first announcement that I did before my mic, before I realized that my mic is not working. Hopefully, right now I see it does. Perfect. And then I was talking about some other stuff, brushes, but it's not that important. It was just me again going on a tangent. What I want to talk about actually, it's what we did yesterday. So much work and nothing had been done, right? Because the wheel was there, but I can see right now and I like to refer, and this is, let me just have a sip of tea because this is a little bit, something that has to do with the technique that I would like to talk about and the results. And actually we started discussion in the chat about varnishing paintings, and this DM7 might actually be related to what we talked about. Remember, yesterday I said that the wheel, and I said the wheel because we have only one. So wheel on my painting, this wheel on my painting, look out of the place, and the out of the place is mainly because of two reasons. First of all, it's the only perfect curvature, and when I say perfect, circular, right? Because we don't have this in nature. So I introduced to this painting. Actually, I introduced right angles. I introduced triangles, and the only missing thing really was a big a circle or ellipse. I did multiple paintings where I actually add that circular shape because we don't have it that often in anywhere. It's just and then you can see that some of the painters actually created these clever ideas how to introduce also this element. So I felt that it's misplaced, and I still feel that it's misplaced, and it's very, very powerful on one side, and it's creating a tension for me. It doesn't necessarily mean that you perceive it that way, but I think that more and more I'm looking at it, it's too much. So, and I mentioned this last time when streaming. And I also mentioned that it looks out of the place because the pigments are not working together. As it dries, and I'm not saying, I don't want to say dry because this is all still wet, not even sticky. It's still wet, so I would probably be able to scrape this paint completely, not completely, but fairly big amount of paint. It could be actually scraped from that. That's not what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about is that some of the pigment, it's actually, the canvas already the canvas started to actually absorb some of the paint. So they're starting to work randomly, and that creates that randomness of a wheel, right? So some pigments are actually a little bit more, they're sinking in more. So they're kind of losing that gloss and shine, and some of it's still shining like these cadmiums around here, and they're going to retain that shyness because it's a different type of a pigment. Most of the time, my experience is that natural kind of umbers, they really get desaturated, or they almost looks like a some people refer to them, or some artists or some painters refer to them as a debt. And that's why you want to also put the varnish on the top, not only to protect the painting, but also bring the shininess and glossiness on the top. I am not really big fan of varnishes, and we started because you can actually mess up your painting if you don't know what you're doing with the varnish, right? So my personal experience is very little varnish, and if I do varnish, it has to be done specifically because collectors or patrons actually asked for that, right? It has to be their request. Otherwise, I'm actually giving the painting away as is, and if they want to put a protective layer on top of it, it's their choice. I can do it for them, but it's just another extra step. And it's because I think that these days people like to, not these days, all the time, paintings needed to be protected. But I also know from a history that there are some, how would I put this? There has been damage done by actually varnishing paintings and then removing the varnish not properly, or varnishing over the varnish. There's just so many mistakes. That's why I am actually handing paintings raw, and only specifically as a request of a collector or entity what is actually purchasing the painting. They will decide, yes, we want to do varnish, we don't want to do varnish, and so on and so forth. So that's going back to varnishes, DM7. And I know that there are some retouch varnishes that you can apply on the top. There are some, different ways to protect the painting. This is something that I always let a customer or collector or a patron to decide. After all, it's in their best interest to protect these paintings. But more than actual damage by air, or no, by spilling something on the painting, or protecting that outside layer, more than I'm concerned, it's actually what's happening behind the painting, and that means moisture and rapid and abrupt changes of temperature and so on and so forth. I'm thinking about the painting like as it's red wine in terms of protection. So you should not move it all the time. And if you are moving it, there is a specific procedure. It's supposed to be in the one constant temperature, so you don't have it's not really warm, and it's also not really cold, and it's not fluctuating back and forth, because that's what's going to damage your painting way more than anything else. Mold, moisture, and temperature. So I'm more afraid of this than actual a spillage of something on the painting. Because I still think that, you know, if something happens with that painting on the top, you can always call me and tell me that, oh, this and this happens, can we actually fix it? Yeah, I can either repaint it or do some touch-ups and so on and so forth. So, like I said, that's what I can do that. But if you have a mold on the canvas and it's actually eight portion of your canvas, that's way more difficult to, for me, to solve. Maybe for restorators, they would rather do that. But me as a painter, I'm more worried about about the materials. Speaking about the materials, that's why painters prefer to use a specific a brand, and it's not a specific brand. They used to use one brand throughout the painting because they're trying to keep the consistency. Because you know, different manufacturers, different processes, different you know, additives and so on and so forth. So if you are, and what I'm saying is that if you can mix, let's say I prefer to buy a reds from a different manufacturer than yellows, and I don't know, blues from a different manufacturer. So I'm trying to keep the pigments same if it's an option. Not always it's an option, but I'm trying to as much as I can. That would be maybe the only thing that I really keep a track on. I switched to vermilion recently, and I'm from now on I'm going to be using vermilion instead of cadmium red light. I have a better experience with that. But it's less, I think it's less powerful. Well, not maybe less powerful. I mean, it's very expensive because I think it's made out of what? Carmine? I think that's the stone that it's made out of, and it's grinding to really, really smooth powder. So it's not cadmium. It's not. It has been used throughout the history, so it's tested by a time. So, hey Ace, how's it going, man? How much was the vermilion? It depends on the manufacturer. Something that I would actually let me see if I have it here. I want you to actually pay attention to this thing when you're buying your pigments, because I'm pretty sure that you saw, I don't know if I have the paints like this anymore, but I used to. And there is sometimes you can see a vermilion, then you can see genuine vermilion, and then you can see vermilion hue. And I don't think I have that anymore. So I would avoid, not necessarily avoid, I mentioned that I avoid only a student grade paints, and it's because they are really, really phthalo green, no. They are really, for some reason, people think that students, they don't need to use I don't have that anymore, I'm sorry. But here's the thing. We are thinking about the pigments in 3 or 4 properties. For me, the most important is whether it's opaque or transparent, a pigment. So we have a transparent pigments and we have an opaque pigments. Then also we have a saturation. That means that if I start mixing white into it, how fast or how quickly it dies completely, and how light I can get with it. And the same goes with the dark pigment. So how much I'm going to add a black into that mixture or gray mixture before it kind of lose its shininess. It's always going to lose a little bit, but some pigments retain more, some less. So that would be another one. And also there is something that's called light fastness, and it means how fast it's going to lose its color by being exposed to sun. You know, you can see this on the buildings. Like I used to live in California, in LA, and some buildings you can see how sun kind of drives or kind of destroyed the colors of the buildings, because naturally sun is just it's such a powerful object in our solar system, and it's I'm trying to find the specific way how to describe this, but you can see on the cars actually in California, because that sun kind of pulls the color out of it. So that's another thing I would avoid. We talked about alizarum crimson. It's actually very, very good example to something that you shouldn't use because after a couple years being exposed directly to the sun, it might actually be completely transparent. Yeah, sometimes I find cadmium red to be way too powerful. I'm looking to start Zorn palette, and the reds are expensive. Thankfully, I can just use earth red, transparent red oxide, for example, instead if I don't need strong chroma tint. Also, every brand is using different names. Yes, they are using different names. You could try something like Winsor Red. It acts like a cadmium red, but it's way cheaper, still very powerful. Only difficulty is less opaque. Yeah, alizarum crimson, I made a mistake of getting that as a beginner. I didn't know about its light fast issue. Yeah, and these are, but here's the thing, we can all, and that's why you shouldn't, that's why they always tell you do not use a, I forgot the name, when you're taking photos, flash. You're not supposed to use flash, because that's an enormous amount of light. That will actually destroy a painting and actually the color of a painting. So that's why even when you're looking at the paintings right now, they are always under a specific light. It has all the filters, so they retain their vibrancy centuries, hopefully. So when it comes to the pigments and different brands, I honestly, on my palette, and when you mentioned the Zorn palette, I prefer to call it limited palette because that's kind of, not everybody knows who Zorn is and what it means, but a limited palette means basically that you are limiting yourself only with absolutely primary pigments. That means that with a limited palette, you should be able to mix any other color, in theory. In reality, I don't think you can because you will lose that important part of a painting process, and that's chroma, right? So that's why we have right now cadmiums, we have quinochranones, which are synthetics, we have phthalos, we have different dyes. We switched ultramarine from very, actually that's the most expensive, it's lapis lazuli. It's the stone that it's actually ultramarine used to be made out of. Actually, I think that they call it azura or azura in Italy, and ultramarine is actually a new version of that pigment. But that's just that's something that it's off the topic. But the limited palette, it's for me titanium white, and you have to be careful because these days it's really difficult to find the pure titanium white. Then I have my ivory black because it's actually very, very dark blue, so I'm using it as blue. And then I have and here you have a choice. For yellow, I use yellow ochre. That's my limited palette, it's a yellow ochre. Here you have, again, so many choices. You have a yellow ochre pale, yellow ochre medium, yellow ochre gold, or whatever I heard. Like there is a And that's when manufacturers are starting to, get a little bit more creative with advertising. I go with a very simple, just yellow ochre. And then I have a cadmium red light, which is very similar to vermilion in terms of the hue. And when I say hue, I mean this is a red hue, this is a yellow hue, this is a yellow hue, this is a yellow hue, this is a blue hue, and this is a green hue, right? So we don't say color, we say hue when I'm specifically talking about green. Green for me is a hue, it's not a color. When it comes to pigments, right? But for me, the best analog to something that it's not, because I started my limited palette actually with a alizarin crimson, and I can prove you that because this is my very first, and I showed this is my very first tube of paint, and I never finished it. I've never finished it, and it was like big because I thought that how much I'm going to use it. Then only my later surprise was that, oh, that's alizarin crimson is not really a good way to work, because it's just going to die on you because of the very, very bad light fastness, or very. So it actually loses its hue or the shine. It's just going to turn transparent very, very soon. So I substituted it for a while for English red. That's the one that I use. That's this guy right here. That's English red. It's kind of a, and especially if you go for portraits, I think that English red is really, really good alternative to it. Because it is still red, but it's not that kind of a artificial red feeling. It's very, very natural. You can actually, let's just quickly demonstrate it since you asked for that. It's a very quick it's a very quick way for me to create actual, it might be a little too much. Very quickly I can create a skin tone. This would be something that is like in cheeks, and it's just white and that red. And if I want something a little bit more vibrant, I'll add a little bit more yellow ochre into it, so it's just a little bit more into lighter areas. And if I want to go darker, you can just hit it with a little bit of black and red, and then you have like a cooler version. So this is like a very basic palette that you can use. I use this for sketches. It just goes, and I have the full range. I have I also have internet, but I didn't like how opaque it was. Feels weird to me. I should give it another try one day. Well, and this is why I expanded, or I'm experimenting with the different colors, because you're absolutely right. The English red is really, really opaque. But since I'm painting opaquely, and since I'm painting with a lot of pigment, I don't mind that as much. So that's that. But then definitely there will be a different ways. If I want something more transparent and red, I would probably go into a sienna, and I add just a touch of that red into it, and that's just that gives me that semi-transparent feel if I need to, right? This is very simple, and this is something that they would show you in every video, that you have a forehead that is yellowish, then you have a midsection that are, and I have it upside down. I'm sorry, I should probably get the blue here. And then especially in the male, this would be the color of that of my face down here around the chin, because I didn't shave myself, obviously. So that would be just my quick, really sketching limited palette, and you don't need anything else. Actually, this is the Rembrandt right there, and you can start seeing, actually, if you open the Rembrandt and his paintings, you can see this repeating over and over again. He actually uses, he uses a black. Very rarely everything is around here, and then he hits it with the pure white in the colors, and that's what he really, really enjoys to do. Rembrandt, I mean, specifically. With late Rembrandt. And I think it's because he actually went into a depth, and I think that he didn't have enough money to buy any other pigments. That's what I think that might have happened. But we are all thankful for that, because then he was actually searching and looking for that, the different ways how to describe the form, how to describe the different things. So that being said, actually, I think that's extremely, for me personally, inspirational, uplifting even, because we might think of mistakes and mishaps and, you know, like stuff that is happening in our lives that is holding us back. He actually took advantage of it. And this is why I like to limit myself, and that's why I like to do Bad Painting Fridays, because you never know what's going to happen with that limitation, and I'm trying to embrace it as much as I can. And I respect Rembrandt tremendously for this particular reason, that he actually is the best example of someone creating something out of just nothing. At the end of his life, he was completely broke. He had nothing. They took the bank, took everything from him. And not only bank, the life took everything from him. His wife, his kids. He was left alone. It had to be really, really difficult. And if you know this, and then you go through his paintings chronologically, you can see how it shifted and moved, and he went all the way up, and then he continued up. Just people were a couple centuries behind. That's what happened. He just went to another level. So that's that. So I would recommend you, if you want to try. This is my favorite version of a limited palette for portraits, specifically for portraits. And when I say portraits, I mean face, not the clothes and stuff around that, because there's another problem with painting portraits today, because we have more money, we have more options to buy colorful things. You don't see that many colorful paintings because it was not often to see something being colored, right? Only the richest people could, in this region, right? I'm not going to talk about the Asia and India and China, or you know, areas in Middle East. They had, you know, different. It was slightly different. Us specifically, and this region where I am right now, just the plain colors, and it was only earth colors. Time to time, you might. I remember that girls, they used to get like these ribbons, and that was the only colorful thing that you could get. And I'm talking medieval times. And if you get a colorful ribbon, that had to be like you were probably a daughter of a mayor of a town, probably. That's how difficult it was to get colors in my country. It was really it used to be a very, very poor, not poor region. It was mountainous and a lot of forests. It wasn't that populated. All right. That's when these two guys come into place, because they brought actually a language, and they brought education, and that's the story behind this painting. It's bringing the education, bringing the most important thing, I believe, for us. Okay, so that's just a quick demonstration, and you see me using these pigments all the time. And I think that English red is not as expensive as vermilion or cadmium as well. So just a quick recap, I would avoid student grade paint because they are really, how would I put this? They are not as accurate. So you might then switch to a professional grade, and your mixtures would be off for a while. only because you are, and it happens not only with student grades. It might be when you switch from one brand to another, because they all have a different tinting strengths, and a student grade being the least capable of tint. That means that you, at the end, you need to squeeze more pigment into your mixtures. So it's hard to say if you're actually saving any money. I haven't done, I don't have a specific Excel sheet, you know, where it's like written all all the ratios and how much it costs per brush stroke. Never done that, but I'm pretty sure that there is a person who has that, because I met that person in California. He had a huge, you know, we used to have these cases for CDs really long time ago. You might not even know it. So in that, he had like swatches of a pigment, how much it cost, all the tints. Like he was like a walking library. Very cool guy. Not really that at that time. That's 15 years ago. Not that successful with painting, but very successful with exploring and the knowledge. So I kind of picked his brain a couple times. So the student grades, you need more paint, because less tinting strength. So that's student grade. And also I would make sure that when you're buying, let's say, vermilion, they have something that's called genuine vermilion, and then something that's called vermilion hue. These are these are going to be less expensive, because it's probably a lot of substitute and fillers in that pigment, especially when you're buying hue. That means that you're buying something that almost looks like that pure cadmium red, let's say. So those are two things that I would avoid. Yeah, I can confirm. Yeah, see, well, that's a. I compared the student quality yellow ochre and the professional quality. I'll need a 50% more of a student quality to get same mix. So that's what it is. I mean, when you are behind the counter, you're going to pay 2-3 euros less for a tube, but then you have to use the 50% more. So it gets you probably to the same price at the end. So I hope that, and again, you ask a very simple question, and I went to a 20 minutes rant about the pigments. And here is why I'm doing it, because this is a atelier setup, and I want you to get the full information. So then you can choose, because you are properly informed, and you're not gonna get just the partial information from me. And again, this still might be a partial information, because I have the limited knowledge about the pigments, right? So I would actually, I could actually post on the Discord where am I getting more and more of my information, if in doubt. I could do this. So that's why it's so many words, because this is, and I showed this to you before. This is something that it's always next to my. This is outdated, but I still have that book because I really like it. So it's the Artist Handbook. So you can find these books. There's different versions, but these handbooks, they always give you, like, let's say, glazes and glazing. So you have information. This is, I think, outdated because it's like till 19th century, I think. I don't know if they talk about cadmiums that much, because they didn't have enough information about them, but you can find the new version, updated version, and this is about mural paintings and all the information, what is fresco, and I'm just opening, like, random murals in oil and so on and so forth. You have gems, glues, waxes. It's just so, and this is more technical stuff. So if you really want to get into nitty-gritty things about pigments and surfaces that you can paint on, and everything that actually is related to painting, not even directly, but if you know. So I would highly recommend you to get one of these artist handbooks. Don't get the random cheap one from from a studio that they're asking you pay for their classes, I would really you know, do a little research and find out which ones are actually the real handbooks. There's a bunch of information online that you will definitely get. So yeah, it's good. Thanks for info. Yeah, how old is that book? I don't know. It's very old. I don't know. It's very old. Let me check but it's about everything. It's about the oils, temperas, murals, as I mentioned, pigments, mediums, grounds, watercolors, prints, and I'm reading here also sculpture. And this is a edition. This is from Teenage Career that has since completed a course of in terms of techniques. So this one, it's actually pretty. This might be a pretty good one, the one that I have. It's supposed to be from a guy from a. Oh, is it a? I don't know. Let me see, because this is probably, what is this? This is a revised edition, but I don't know, you know, if it's a, you know, like a 16th revision or how many revisions it had before. But it had a lot of revisions, trust me. This one was published in 1940, and it's it's 8 revisions, I believe. So there's a bunch of revisions there, and you should choose the one that you trust. That's what I'm trying to say. I bet it raved about the zinc white. yeah. So that's why I would be really careful. I wouldn't. And here's the thing: I would trust these books till Industrial Revolution, and everything that was after Industrial Revolution, it's still under investigations, and it's not enough time. So till Impressionists, because Impressionists started to actually experiment with the new types of pigments, a little bit more potent and the different chemicals, and then it all went out of the window at you know, at the turn of the century, end of the 19th and the start of the 20th century. In 20th century and you know, mid 20s, like, people used to paint with everything. It's just a disaster. I mean, like, literally with everything. Very famous painter Rauschenberg, or painter. I don't think I would call him painter. He's a. I'm going to call him artist because probably he deserves that. I'm not a big fan of him. Rauschenberg used to actually collect things from outside and then put them on the canvas and glue them with random stuff and so on and so forth. So it's just after 20th century, it's just everything went into a shambles completely. So after whatever 20th century book you're picking up, similarly than this one, since it was revised in 1950, I would be very skeptical about everything that is there written about a modern pigments and modern grounds and modern mediums, right? Because they were using whatever they found or whatever they could get their hands on. All right, so I'm gonna continue working on the right side of this painting. I'm just going to move it a little bit more this way because, like I mentioned yesterday, I started experimenting with a little bit of different things. I introduced the stripes right here. We have that a wheel, which is fairly, I have to say, it looks fairly accurate according to what I was imagining how it's supposed to look. It needs a little bit more detail, it needs a little bit more treatment, but I am reserving this for the later stages because I want to make sure that this wheel, as I mentioned, is not going to overpower anything that it's a main figure. So today I would like to maybe work a little bit more on the hand and then goes through his clothes a little bit more, find the proper way how to tie his the specific knot that is there, and maybe we can start thinking about what to do his face. And then I will continue working on these guys right here that I yesterday started. And since I'm here, I'm just going to scrape the pigment. And when I say scraped, I'm not scraping everything. I just don't want to get a texture there. And the reason why I don't want the texture there, because I'm not sure if these figures are actually going to be there. I have a lot of texture right here when the grass was before, and it's causing a little distortion because I can't really draw nicely through it, right? So if you work with a thick pigment, and if you're laying it opaquely and almost like sculpturally, so it's impasto, be careful with that, because if it is in the spot that you don't like, you're going to have a hard time to get rid of it. Then, not the hard time, so you have to like really scrape it and then probably use either a sandpaper or razor blade to kind of shave it away. Or X-Acto knife or something, in that. Yeah, but again, I don't want you to cut the canvas. You just want to cut the pigment that it's being applied or was applied thickly or impasto, and then dried, and right now it's distorting because you might want to see something smooth there. So yeah. And it's actually, you remember, I'll just show, I was showing that the little mixture, and I saw, because I have that palette right here, so it's a very similar thing that my master was showing me at the beginning, that like how he makes his pigments very quickly for sketches, right? So these are quick sketches. So when I'm working on the compositions, or when I'm working on some preliminary ideas, I like to do these sketches because they help me to visualize my thoughts, which is very, very important. Because whatever I think in my head, it's not necessarily will work visually. So that's why I say that I'm trying to translate these thoughts into pictures. All right, so I'm going to go right there, and I think I'm going to start with the hand because I had a feeling that it's too low. But then I'm looking at it, and maybe I can maybe push it slightly higher, just a touch. Let me see. I'm looking right now for my hand references. So there are references with hands. That means that I have muscles and tendons and bones and the skin and shapes and forms. I think I have one that I need. So I have to invent some hands. I guess that's the only way how to deal with this. Maybe I could use the anatomy reference. Yeah, that will be probably the easiest way. The only problem that I have is that all the shapes and everything is going to look exactly the same. Not exactly, but very close to this one. So I have to think of something. And probably it is, it should be, I should probably, well, it's still wet. Work on that handle a little bit as well, because that's going to give me a little bit more information about what's happening there. Right now, it kind of died there, and it looks like it's unfinished. I like that it kind of disappears in the background. That's perfect. That's what I was aiming for. Right now, the question would be maybe I could push it a little bit higher. And you can see that I got really excited with these brush strokes around here, because that's supposed to be that tall grass. So this is a good example. If I want to move my hand right here, I'm going to have a really rough surface. Maybe I want to have it smooth there, right? I don't know. But I would consider that this not as a mistake. It was a placeholder for a while there, and right now I can get rid of it. So I would go and scrape it, and if I cannot scrape it because it's like really, really dry, then I would start slowly sending it to a, not all the way to a canvas, only the surface, or the ridges rather, or the impasto, or the, because you should not think of that you can just, sand and sand, because you're gonna create the hole in the canvas. Yeah. Maybe just a different shape of that hand would maybe help. And if I push the elbow maybe a little lower, so this is the length of his hand all the way here. Wow. Let me see. So this is the... I can get this one. Oh. So I'm just trying to measure that, like how low. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe just because I don't see the end and the position of the elbow, so it looks like it's from here to here, and this is too long. So maybe maybe I could show it a little bit more from a slightly different angle, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe slightly different angle would help. There's a, let me see if I have it here. There's a very famous painter. I like his work very, very much. His name is Adolf von Menzel. Let me just write it down. For those of you who are interested, check out this guy. Adolf von Menzel. Really, really, really a good painter. I would recommend you to check him out, but it's just a recommendation. I have his book with drawings, and he has very, very powerful charcoal drawings, and I might actually find some, because I'll just show you that this is one of the famous drawings that might recognize of his, and he's very, very powerful and quick when it comes to charcoal. He has this beautiful, look at this, he had like beautiful sketches, quick sketches with just the charcoal, or like variations, and this is a really, really powerful example of how quickly you can actually, he placed the light. Like you can see how he actually draw or paint, or with the white chalk, he just drew the light on top of existing skin. So I like to use him time to time as a reference for a hand position. I think this is his self-portrait. Am I right or not? I don't know, maybe not. We can use, actually, check this out. We can use this for our Gandalf's painting. Like the different references, you know, you see, like we were talking about the beard and positions and how they look. Check that out. It's already prepared Gandalf, just waiting to be explored. Next page, the same thing, like a different variation. So this is what he used to do. Like there is a pages upon pages of his sketches. So let me see if I have something. So this is what I would do instead of doom scrolling, right? Because this is the preparation that I'm talking about. So let's say that he's painting something like a, I don't know, like an outdoor scene, right? So you could see like he's studying different things, and then it goes, oh, this is the frames and how the frames should look, right? Not the ones that he wants, but in the painting, there's a, you know, some other, like a beautiful, beautiful sketch when he actually painted or draw the beautiful shapes, and then you know, background in the back. Beautiful idea, actually. And then, you know, preparing all the things that he would need, the guitars and the stuff. So you can see like how much preparation goes into these paintings before actually executing any of them, right? So being interested in how the things are, like he's interested in the bicycle and how bicycle it's, you know, arranged. It's a pretty old bicycle, but you know what I mean. So he had the bicycle, that's the main composition, right? And then he right now needs to know a little bit more about the pedals, and then this is the back wheel, the small one. He's a great painter. His drawings are great, but paintings are even. Darn it, you have all cool books. It's just, it's not that I have all cool books. It's about this is what you get when you work in the library. You have a lot of time, and not even the time. You have you got to, like I said, you know, you're working in the library, you're going to start hang out with librarians, and, you know, you don't go to bars, you don't go to a sports center or anything like that. You just go to a library and you just, you know, and you're there all day. So it's not necessarily that I am that. It's not like they appeared in my atelier. I wish that it's the true, but I actually actively search for them. And this is actually a Chinese one, because there is no official book. Well, I couldn't find the official book with the drawings, and Chinese prefer to do whatever they want. So don't get annoyed if you see a book with the paintings and your paintings are going to be there without your permissions, because that's what happens to all of us, especially from the academy. You can see your drawings, your paintings in the book, in the center of China. It happens sometimes. I wish I could get some royalties from that, or some, you know, dividends, but no, they just like, no. It's we thought that it's a public property. But I don't mind with these old ones, because I think that the photographs of old ones are public property. So you can't really ask for it. But if you see your painting that hanged, I don't know, like a half a year ago in the school, where there is where they are prohibited from taking pictures, well, it happens. All right, the gloves are on. It's time to paint. I don't know how I would feel, but I would feel slightly happy that China considers my art worthy enough to steal. That's exactly what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. But then you ran into a situation that they see there, then they can copy it. So you're not going to sell your painting, but someone is going to paint a copy of that painting and just, and lowball you. So that might be something that annoys you later on. But that's just, I'm not saying that this is happening every day, and I'm not saying that this is, that specifically China is responsible for this, not at all. That's my experience. So that's that. And we can leave it there. Okay, I need a little bit of medium because I think I'm gonna do adjustments. And since I'm doing adjustments, you know that I like to go really, really saturated. And the reason why I like to go saturated is because I can see the corrections, right? So I like to go like directly with red because it's like easy to see. Maybe a little bit of a black into it. So I have some, and you can see like I don't need to have a burnt sienna because I kind of created a burnt sienna with a red and black. So that's why limited palette is so good. Yeah, that's sticky for sure. Yeah, it is. But it happens. I don't really mind that. After all, I'm trying to think, and you can, this is a good example of that. I'm trying to share my experience with everyone that I possibly can, because if you can copy what I do, it's awesome. It means that I should probably step up my game. That's what is in my head. Truth to be told, this is exactly what I'm thinking whenever this happens. So exactly as you said, DM, I'm flattered. They're trying to, they're willing to go and risk that, taking the pictures and so on and so forth, and so good. It means it's a good work. But just to clarify, I'm not encouraging that kind of behavior. I'm just saying that I understand and I don't have a problem with that yet. Maybe I could change it a little bit. That's for sure. There are crap in the world would rather to try and work with what's going on and make the best out of it. Like you said, time to up your game, something like that. Yeah, definitely. It's just it's a good signal that okay, you are doing a certain things right to the point that people are willing to copy it. It's awesome. And if they copy it and if they make a better version of it, dude, you better step up your game. Because they're coming for you. The younger, and more energetic painters with a lot of talent, right? Maybe a second generation of painters. It means that the family started in a painting, and I have friends like that. They have light years of information ahead of me. So. Something a little lighter, and I'm just going to move this. And you can see that I'm just going to be working right here because I already, established certain values, and I looked at the red right here, and I know that I need to go lighter and so on and so forth. So it's okay, easier for me to deal with it. Yeah, it would be epic to be born in an artistic family. Yeah, it would. It would be epic. But then here's the thing. It might be beneficial, but then think about that your father is Andrew Wyeth. He's already a second generation of his father is a very famous illustrator, N.C. Wyeth. But I mean, he had to work really, really hard to even like when you think about it, to even be recognized as a separate painter. Or not a separate painter, so so it's not the son of a father that was a great illustrator. So I'm slightly adding more and more detail there, but it's not that much of a detail. It's just a little bit, because that's not as important right now for me. Yeah, good point, right? Imagine that your father is Andrew Wyatt. Like, well, it's something. And he has a son, and I think that he's a filmmaker, a photographer. I mean, And honestly, I don't know if I wanted to my kids being painters. I don't know if I don't know. Since I know what it is, and I don't know. Maybe. Well, if they want to, I will definitely support them as much as I can. But then, I don't want them to be like obligated to almost. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. In the Frazetta painting with Fire Dog, his kids talk about trying to draw like him and being discouraged, yeah, and not wanting to grind. That's what happens. I mean, like I said, I am a big fan of Andrew Wyatt, but I know about Andrew Wyatt because of his father, right? And I believe, no, I believe, I'm sure that it had to leave some toll on him. And he paints completely different things. His father was an illustrator, like one of the greatest illustrators, very famous. And his son went into almost complete, completely the other way around. To a different direction in terms of the while his father was creating a popular like something that like more commercial art, Andrew went directly into fine art, and Andrew Wyatt paints with watercolors and egg tempera. And it's extremely refined. It's almost, I would say that his paintings are abstract. I know that I get a lot of pushback on this, but Andrew Wyatt is an abstract painter, for sure. That's probably the best way how to paint abstractly for me. Maybe I should go with a lighter value just to see what's up. So. And when I said that I'm going to go with the lighter value, I'm just going to go directly with this. And you might be like, that's too powerful. Why are you doing this? Well, because I don't have right now option to create a glaze. So I'm going to go with really, really high saturation in the shadows. And then as it dries, I can glaze on top of it. And that will create that another layer. Hands. I also, I don't want to have hands on the same. Yeah, I guess it's slightly higher. Good. Okay. Yeah, I think this might work. And then this would be his finger right here. Might be. So I am redesigning the hand. Not even redesigning. I am designing within the boundaries that I set up. And I just want to make sure whether or not it's going to work if I paint that hand right there, and how it is going to work. Maybe I should. Maybe it should be slightly less saturated, and let's make it a little bit more lighter. And instead of just going like with a lot of black into desaturating area, I'm just going to go with the white, because I know that that English red is going to die pretty soon when as it goes lighter. So I don't need to add black, because that would actually kill the color completely. Yeah. Good call, good call. Okay, and maybe a little bit more of that. Right now, I'm gonna go a little bit into a darker area, and I'm gonna punch it with a little bit of a saturation, because I need slightly darker value, because the palm, it's rotating. So it needs to go darker. But I don't think that this was necessary, because I could just maybe create a little bit more of a transparency there, not by actually making it glaze, but as you tap away from, then you're gonna create like a slow gradation, because this is what's happening on my canvas, right? So this is a light pigment that I have right here, or maybe we can try it with the yellow. It doesn't matter. And I have a dark layer underneath. So as I take this and slowly, I'm doing it with the finger, and you can see as I'm losing that pigment, it's getting greener and greener so you can create gradation like this. Like you see like how it changes and shifts, and it disappears, and it just blends together. So instead of sometimes introducing a darker pigment, you can just create that gradation by transparency. And you can see how it shifts from yellow to green without me even actually adding physical green into it. And I'm trying to, take advantage of this idea also when I'm placing the brush strokes. So if I have a brush like here and I want that gradation, so as I press hard right here, and then I lift it, and it creates that kind of a different variation of that. Same idea. So, and that's why when I was talking about that, unless you have actually understand the form, and we talked about this like we were talking about Delacroix. So that's why his paintings are so colorful and powerful in terms of color, because he understands that, okay, highlight, it's not the height of the form. Highlight is the angle of incidence towards my eye. So it's not necessarily how the form actually how would we perceive the form. And the moment that I start simplifying these things into okay, I'm looking strictly for the form, like without the shadows, just the turn of the form and where it is and it isn't, it helped me to understand better what's happening. Maybe I could cut it right here so we don't see all that, because it's going to go underneath. Yeah. So remember that glazes are going to work only if you perfectly understand the form, and not understand. if the form is there already. Remember, I talked about that prima ballerina thing, that the special skirt that they're wearing, it's actually going to amplify your mistakes. It's going to, of course, it's going to amplify when you're doing it correctly, but it works the both ways. It's not the one-way street. So I'm going to think that the arm is going this direction right here. Right here. Because I want to show that the arm is underneath that, right? So the other thing is that I have to do, I created these lines right here. They're kind of helping to break the seamlessness, but it's destroying the form, so I have to figure it out what to do here, and that's where the Rembrandt would come into play and into a discussion, because what he was doing, and let me just actually bring him so I can work with actual reference, and I'm not going to copy what he was doing exactly, because I have a completely different painting. But what I'm going to look at is how did he, where are you? Here you are. I was showing something to it. Whoops. My apologies. Dropping things from my hands. So Rembrandt is here. On demand, immediately, beautiful portrait. What else would that be, right? And my microphone also decided to, just give me a second, guys, I'll reattach it. Just a second. Or you know what? We should take a break for 2 minutes. So I'll be right back. You guys stand up from your paintings, check out what's happening, and I'll be right back. I'm going to rewire myself with the mic. I'll be right back. And maybe we can get a fresh warm tea. right, I'm back and I'm reading something interesting. Sometimes I wish I was actually at your studio so I can doom scroll through your books. You can, of course, yell at me for not painting. Okay, tea time as well. That's really interesting because, and and here's the thing: there's a extended invitation for you guys if you want to check out the studio, and you will have an option sometimes to come down. I would be extremely happy to show you through the studio. It's not that big, even though it looks like it's big. It's not that big. And I don't have that many books. I mean, but I have some of the books that are really important for me, and I use them every day. And that's the beauty of working in atelier with another artist. It's the fact that everybody brings something new to the table. It's like a informational potluck, even almost. I don't even know how to say it differently. It's such a powerful thing because there is plenty of artists that I actually know only because of a students around me. There is a bunch that I discovered on my own by going to museums and going to different areas. Hey, Winnie. Those are some big books. Yeah, those are big books. Because there's some painters that they actually painted a lot, so they have a lot of pages to fill. But these are really, really important because not only they are big, they're really a good quality pictures. It's on the pricey side, but I think of this as my working tool. So it's more like an investment into a work. So it's not. Of course, it costs. It brings a pleasure of having these, but these are not mandatory. I can tell you with certainty that you can find a better resolutions online, 100%. But I have the collection here, and I can quickly browse through, and I can touch the pages, which kind of give me like a little extra. I can use. Where's that shoulder or sleeve that we were looking at? That one that I have in my mind. It would be. It was that. I think it was a. Well, I can use this one, but I think it was. Return of a Prodigal Son, if I'm not mistaken, from Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg. Beautiful painting. Probably one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my life. Give me a second, guys, because I'm really kind of confused. Where are you? I know it's not a early Rembrandt. It's not necessarily. I think I'm close. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm into a book. I'm doom scrolling, but there is something about having a book. It's more tactile. That's exactly. It's more tactile. You're absolutely right. I can actually feel it, even through the gloves, and it smells nice. Books always smell nice for some reason. I don't know. Books they smell like a knowledge to me. So, and I like that smell. I can't find it. Just gonna quickly go through that. Okay, I think I'm in that biblical section because it's a. Oh, this one is powerful. I saw this one as well in this guy. This is also in Hermitage Museum. This one. Extremely powerful painting. Really, really nice. This is really heavy. And what I'm looking on, what I'm looking for, I'm sorry, right now, it's that painting. Maybe I could find it actually, because I like both, to see them both. Because it's a famous painting, The Return of a Prodigal Son. So it's just, you can quickly Google it, but yeah, I can't seem to find it. The reason why I'm looking for that, it's the treatment of a sleeve. We had like discussion couple weeks ago about I was being I would call myself emotional. I was talking about that painting and that sleeve in the composition discussion that we had, and how Rembrandt actually uses limited palette and pigments. And of course, I won't be able to find it right now. So I'm going to use something different. I can use this one, could work. I would swear that it's somewhere here. I'll use this one. This is good enough. Okay, I'm sorry. I was again ignoring. Yeah, take your time. Yeah, I'm ignoring my my work only because I was again into a doom scrolling, as we like to call it here, through Rembrandt. Because that it's gonna, it would take us all the way till tomorrow, and I will still be describing something. And also, I could actually throw here that wheel reference that I have here through from Dula Bensur's painting, because that's what I need as well, to see how he incorporated it there. He did a similar thing that I did, but he had slightly thicker that wheel because it was probably on the Canon or something like this. I can't do that specific one, but the idea is the same. Does he have there is a few things that I might be able to use. No, he does not have them in other paintings. Oh, never mind. Let's get back to that. Or maybe I could use this as okay, cool. So I have like a bunch of these books here right now, and I'm sorry that it took me a while to get through it, but it's just it's a process of eliminating things that I need and the things that I don't. I was while I was on the break, and you should take the break as well. Another thing that kind of bothers me is that I don't have that foot. So perhaps I should focus on that as well, because that's something that it's another kind of a missing link. So I'm gonna stick working with that hand, and I'm gonna check that sleeve and just move that sleeve around. And I'm actually going to paint that hand through that sleeve. What do I mean by that? Well, I'm going to grab a little bit more saturated pigment. And I want to see, like, my hand is going this way, and then it's going up right here, and then this way, I guess. So that will be the direction, I think. And the reason why I want to see it, because I'm not sure if I have the proper length. And also another big problem is that when you paint hands, they are difficult on its own to paint. But there is a certain areas that I really want to show all the time when I'm painting hands, because that will kind of give a viewer better understanding of an orientation. So when you think about, let's say, if I were to paint it the way that I see only these fingers right here, I mean this shape, if you think like this shape, like this, even if I have a gloves, I know, but this shape like this would be really difficult to convince the viewer that this is a full hand, because there is not enough information. When I work with hands, I like to show this. I like to show the bone, because that shows me the orientation, and I like to show this part right here as well, because that's another kind of a hint. There is a couple positions with the hands specifically where it's really, really difficult to convince viewer that that's the right position. And you can see some painters, even the great painters, they struggled with that themselves. So, and I say that if I put this right down here, that the hand is going to look too small, and that's what's going to show that it feels that it's too low, right? So I have to make sure that I have a little bit better orientation. So I'm showing that. Even though it wouldn't be light there, but I want to show myself where the thumb is going to be, and how it overlaps over that handle. That's very important visual landmark for me, and also for a viewer. This might look really weird. Not might, it looks really, really weird. So that should probably go into a shadow, all right. So let's shadow it down. A little bit more of that saturation, and I want it to be a touch darker, but that was way too much. So say, like I just over mixed this. Since I'm working with the shadow, I need kind of a clean pigment. So this would be a no-no, because you can tell immediately how brown that is on my palette. I can tell by the other pigments that this is not going to work. So this is what you need to do. Boom, and it's gone. Because this is going to hunt you down. You're going to start looking at this desaturation, this desaturation, this, and not desaturation, the dirty mixture, and I want a clean mixture, right? So I'm going to one more time. I wipe my brush, and I'm going to go with this, a little bit of this, a little bit more. I'm searching for a kind of a nice saturation, warmth, and right now I need to go just a touch. That's it, right? To create something that I'm looking for. So this is my thought process. And the reason why you might think like, well, why is it so orangey? It's because I already have a pigment on the canvas, right? That means that and it's very light, a pigment. So as I am entering and introducing a new pigment, they are mixing together. Yeah, it gives a mental image of a full armor under the cloth. Yeah, full arm. I'm sorry, arm. I said armor. Full arm under the cloth. Yeah, that's important part. That's something that when you go back into history, they would call this, sculptors would call this a wet drapery. You can see like a Roman and Greek sculptures having actually all the musculature visible, and it looks like the drapery that they were draped into, it's wet. That's how, it's like a sticky and thin. That would be like the official term. I wouldn't even call it the official term. There's something that you can observe even. Okay, and it has to be, this should be darker, because that's the finger and it's going all the way up here. That's my finger right here. Cool. So this would be a side plane. And again, I have a lot of pigment there. You can see me wiping my brush because it's picking up the pigment that is laid down already on the canvas. Like a superheroes with spandex. Yeah, that's exact. That's a great comparison actually. I like that one a lot. The only reason why I use the term of a wet drapery is because I'm a little bit more familiar with a Asian Greece art than a modern comic book. But I found a lot of not only that, I found a lot of similarities. I know that since, you know, even in my school, we used to train illustrators and digital artists and so on and so forth. So, great comparison, actually. I have to start using that. It's a little bit more modern and a little bit more to the point. So I'm gonna steal that idea. I'm sorry, Vinny. You just, you know, it is what it is. So I'm getting a little too orangey right now, so I'm going to counter it with a little bit more of that, not desaturated, but a pinkish hue, because I know that if I get a pinkish hue there, and it's going to mix with that existing. First of all, it's going to give me a smooth transitions. That's why people love to paint alla prima, because you can quickly create a smooth transitions without actually mixing. That's pretty funny. Wet drapery should call spandex. Asylum atelier should be called asylum where we steal stuff atelier. Yeah, it should. It should. And remember, actually, I think it was Picasso who said that good artists borrows, great artists steal, so please go ahead and start stealing. But I think the idea is that, like I mentioned with the Rembrandt, I'm not going to borrow his ideas. I'm going to steal a certain procedures that he actually perfected. And I think I can go a little bit more this way here. That little pinky. So this is going to be really difficult. It's a bit like reinvent the wheel when we already have a wheel. Yeah, yeah. But you are more than welcome to reinvent the wheel. I'm saying that that's not a bad thing. Actually, you should try to reinvent the wheel if you haven't. Because I tried that, and I didn't come up with the better thing that wheel is. So that's how I think sometimes about. And that's why I like to have these books and, you know, be inspired by by painters, because they actually, you know, it's a, and maybe we will be part of that, you know, invention, because, you know, limitations of our materials, or you know, options that we have. So I'm looking forward to that. This whole thing should probably be in the shadow, and I'm trying to put it into a light. So let's just shadow it down completely. I tested the theory and it didn't work very well, so I'm just going to make the mixture darker slightly, and this could go into a shadow. All the way here. So it's going to be in the shadow. Hi, how, Xian, is that the proper pronunciation? I believe it is. If I may have a question, I see the canvas, it's not stretched. Is this intentional? Maybe it is normal with the such large format. No, the fact that you see that the canvas is not stretched, you're absolutely right. The reason why it's not stretched fully, it's because I'm pressing on the middle with it. Here as it is, and it kind of secures the canvas. These are, you can even hear, actually, this is like a drum, and it seems that it's loose. It's actually tightened pretty well. Since that it's such a large thing, you can press a little deeper. It's not, and this one, the smaller one, it's wrinkled because I am squishing it this way too much, so it's creating a little bit more. This is a little looser, but it's only because of the way it's attached. I hope that, you know, it has not, and also you have to understand that we talked about that a little bit. It depends on, because you buy the canvas, you buy the wood, the stretcher bars that are behind, and as they settle in the environment in your studio, they might get slightly loosened, or maybe it even warp. This is actually starting to warp as well, because it's there are old stretcher bars that I'm reusing from a different project. They were sitting in the bag in the cold of my studio, and they were slightly they were not as dry as they are right now, and as they dried, the canvas actually pulling them into a direction of a canvas, because canvas is slightly stronger. But then there is a, if you have a stretcher bars, there are like a special like openings in the back. You put, like, it's called keys in behind, and you can re-stretch it a little bit. It's but since I'm working on this right now, I wouldn't bother doing it because unless it's completely loose, because as long as you actually stretch it properly the first time, it should stay nicely and tight. I don't go into maximum tightness, because I already happened to me that I actually, as it dried completely, it actually broke the stretcher bars. The canvas is so strong that can break a stretcher bars. And also these stretcher bars that I'm using right here, they are fairly thick, so they have like 5 centimeters width, or depth rather, and those are kind of they call it the museum quality. So this is how they think about it. There is an artist quality, there is a student quality, and there is a premium museum quality. So they're really thick, and you can really push the canvas to its max, and it should not break them. You can see the thickness. It's a really thick canvas here a little bit, you know. I'll double check that with the ruler, how thick the canvas. I think it's a 5 centimeters. Okay, I lied, it's 6.5. So it's even more. It's a 6.5 of a thickness of a wood that it's being this canvas stretch on, the big one. And you should actually invest in a couple of these stretcher bars if you're working with the large canvases. Manipulation with the canvas and stretching this canvas, it's a little bit more, I like it more, the better stretch bars or thicker stretcher bars. I would love to work a big format, but I need more space to take some step back. Yeah, impressive work, if I may say. Thank you, I appreciate it. Stepping back, it's the name of the game with the canvases like this. And the ideal scenario with stepping back would be that you step back so far away that you don't need to move your head to left to right to see it as a whole, and you don't even need to move with your eyes. So that's ideal a distance. Because the moment that you start, and I have this problem, you see me, like I'm working here and I'm looking there because I'm trying to compare it because whatever I'm working on here is going to affect the whole composition, right? That's something that I talk about a lot. And also, it's difficult, you know, you might think that this color and these colors are similar. They're completely different because they're surrounded by a different pigments, right? But what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to match the feeling of this hand in that environment so it actually relates to the skin tones throughout the whole painting. Yesterday, actually, we discussed if you can paint a skin blue, and yes, you can. It depends on the surrounded environment. So, and another thing is working big. It means that, and I mentioned this earlier as well, that most of the things are happening on the palette and all the way back into my studio, and I'm really thinking about every brush stroke that I'm putting there. I see what I mixed with my brush. I know what I have on my brush. I'm coming back to a distance and I'm asking myself, where would be the best place to put that brush stroke so I keep that harmony. And I also describe I will also describe that the hand, that particular hand that I'm working on better. And you can see this on a lot of examples in okay, anatomy. It's forcing me to go this way right here. Yeah, you can see a lot of examples of this even in the great masters paintings, that they just even the Rembrandt, sometimes his hand is just a squibbly line. That's it. It has enough information there. And I want to continue working on this, but I don't want it to feel overworked, because there are areas of this painting that I know that they have that feeling of being overworked. Wheel is probably the best example. Maybe I should put this a little bit lighter right here to give a little bit more of that. And I guess that another thing, that maybe it should go a little more saturated, more vibrant. And you can see, like, I went into the straight red, because what I want to do, I want to do a knuckles right now, and knuckles might be slightly warmer, and they'll also show the direction of the hand. So I'm overwarming it right now purposely, because I'm going to paint into it. And as I'm painting into it, it's going to get slightly duller and duller as it progresses. Same. I need to declutter some space before I can make it possible. Yeah, bigger paintings requires a bigger space. That's the problem with the studios, and especially, and that's the reason why probably one of my most one of the biggest or the largest bill is usually for the space, because it also needs to have a really high ceiling, so I can actually pick up this 2-meter painting all the way up, and I can work in my eye level on his feet, because otherwise this is extremely uncomfortable to paint this way, extremely uncomfortable for longer periods of time, right? So it's also the height problem. I would love this knowledge inherited from great painters. It is so interesting. It is very interesting, and it's very even. I think it's very important also. Looking at your way to work, I realized that my chevalet is not straight. I don't know what chevalet means. Could you be a little bit more specific? I always compensate the perspective deformation. This is something that I actually even talk to a younger artist or colleagues in the studios where I go and just hang out. We talked about actually even about the perspective. If I paint my portrait same way, and this is old masters technique. They love to do that because they did not have photographs. So what they used to do, they used to paint the portrait as eye level, then hands, and they actually sit down and painted feet exactly the same way as an eye level. Because if I'm this close to my figure, and I paint portrait, and I have to move down by my head, the foot or feet, they're going to be so distorted that the person is going to look like he's flying. So that's another that's another thing that when it comes to old masters and distortion of a perspective, there is another thing that I try to avoid, and it's a really old master thing. I think that the red, you see right now, even though it's easel. Okay, all right, easel. This is, you're not gonna believe me. I know what you mean. I have like this little handy tool. It's a, how do you call this one? It's level. So I have it here because I have to check it myself. And there's another thing that I do for straightening my easel. It's something that's called plumb line. So it's a string with something heavy, and this is always going to go perfectly horizontal. Perfectly vertical. Two things that I always use. I always have it here, and I use this also for measuring everything. So you can see right now it's level. So I know I'm good. But sometimes the problem does not necessarily is with your, as you mentioned, with your easel. It might happen that your easel is okay, your canvas is crooked. The best way how to actually make sure that your canvas is perfectly straight and it has 90 degrees everywhere, if the diagonals are the same length. 100% if a diagonal from here to here and from this corner to this corner, if length equals, then you know that you have a perfectly squared canvas. But a little small pocket level, it's always here. I have these things, like I also have like the special, like I don't know how do you call it. It's a ruler that builders use, or carpenters. Also, my brushes are more heavy duty because you are painting larger things. Right now I'm working with details, but like the regular size of a brush is something like this, right? So this is my hand for that kind of a size of canvas. So you have to get adjusted to these things. It's the same thing. You just need a little bit more space, and you have to be aware of the fact that you're working on the large canvas. It means more more, oops, it means more, what's the word that I'm looking for? You need more capital to start with the painting like that. That's what I was trying to get into. So you have to be aware of a higher cost when it comes to actually creating a painting. Okay, and I think that the really warm color really helped. I can actually go even darker, I think. So I'm going to, and here's the thing, I was working with a, I was adding this cut red, but right now I'm going into the English because I need something slightly darker. So instead of making this darker, because I would lose that beautiful chroma, I am going towards a darker pigment so I can keep darker value, higher saturation, or more chroma. Right, so I'll just really push those knuckles, and I'm pushing them because implied line, it's also showing me a direction. And then maybe I could put like a little warmer area right here. And I'm going into that painting because I don't care, I can always paint over it. And the reason why I want to go all the way there, like I said, there is a little bone right here, not little bone, it's actually very important landmark. And I showed that this is the one. It's a very, very important landmark. And you can see if I twist my hand the way that he would probably hold it, this is extremely, on my hand specifically, it's extremely pronounced. So it helps me the orientation because I know I can show anatomically this bone and this part. This is flat. This is really, really flat as a flat shape, and this is a side plane. So all this can be dark on my painting. Same as here, and then I have a top flat plane, and then it starts to curves here. So that's why I like to use that little piece, and I'll show you what I mean. So I made it a little darker right here, so maybe the arm should go this way even. And I don't care that I'm going through the painting. Who cares? I'm going to paint over it. I'm going to incorporate that broken color right there. So maybe, since I'm pushing it, maybe it should go even lower, because right now it's here, but then it almost kind of gets, it's the distance between knuckle, you can't see me, I'm sorry. So the distance is going to shift. So from here to here, it's more than if I move it from here to here right now. And I also have a little bit of skin actually bulging here. Well, it's being held by a glove, but that's not what I'm going to talk about. If I cover it like this, right now you don't have a point of reference. So that's why I'm going to paint maybe all the way even here, and then I'll decide, okay, maybe he can also have more shown on his arm, or more skin showing on his arm. So I'm going to push this a little lower, and I'm going to point it here. It's helping me to think about more anatomically, more structurally about the things that I'm painting, because I don't copy from life. 90% of this painting is just working from imagination. So I made it dark and really, really powerful right now, really saturated. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually wipe the excess pigment from my brush, and I'm going to go with a slightly lighter value. And I'm going to push that, so it's going this direction, and right now I need to change, so I'm going to show it right here maybe. So this is how it goes towards here, up right there. And right now I can see that it might be even too thick as a wrist, right? Because look at the size of this, and it's right now it feels that way because look at the wrist and then the opening right here. So my brain automatically thinks that this is the whole head. This is not the whole head. This is just a portion of the head. The head is whole thing right here. but I don't have right now eyes and nose there completely shown. So it's slightly more challenging for me to actually describe the hand perfectly there, the perfect size. And you can see that it looks extremely warm right now, like really, really almost like it does not belong there. That's fine, because right now I can grab something that it's slightly closer to my skin color, but I'm making it slightly more yellow because I already have a lot of pink and a lot of warmth on top of that. And again, going back to see where should the light areas be. So right here maybe. And I'm going back again. And I'm asking myself, is it in the right position? Does it help composition? Does it help show the rotation of the arm? Does it help so on and so forth, right? Like it's a checklist. And then if it does, yes, right now I'm asking like where would be a soft, where do I want to have a soft edge and where do I want to harder edge? So I'm softening it here a little bit. Okay, it might show a little bit more than I would like to. Like the hand feels a little too big. And the reason why the hand feels a little too big is because, again, the height of the form, if you change the high points and low points of the form, you kind of actually extending it or making it smaller or pointier or, you know, there's a fill the blank. So I'm moving it slightly lower maybe, this way. And then it goes through that right here, and maybe this would be a lighter area where his finger is kind of bunching into another one because it's kind of holding it tight, right? And I'm not painting fingers, I'm thinking about how light would affect that hand. But of course, you know, this precedes or supersedes anatomical knowledge. Yeah, there is anatomical knowledge that I am using as my reference point, but instead of actually painting a hand, I'm thinking about how would that hand be affected by the light conditions. I can't imagine how many questions you must have asked yourself to get into this skill and paint without references. It seemed impossible for me. Repetition, there's nothing else, just a repetition. You just get so used to seeing faces and seeing portraits and shadows, and you know, I have an enormous amount of books, and you know, I'm stealing, like I said, I'm stealing a lot of info, not even stealing, I am looking and searching for the answers throughout the history. This is not necessarily everything that I invented. Actually, very little of that is that I invented. There are you know, generations of painters before me. I talk a lot about Rembrandt because I think that Rembrandt it's the perfect sum of great draftsman handling the pigments, and he can work with literally limited palette. And there is just, you know, I think about Rembrandt as a first impressionist before impressionists even knew that they are going to be impressionists. And another thing is, I know that I have already pigments underneath that, and as it's going to dry, it's something like a stew. I was talking about the cooking the other day with another during another stream, and I was talking about that, like, these pigments are right now getting know each other and introduce each other, and it's just slowly as they dry, they kind of incorporate each other a little better. That's why I don't like overmixing, because right now it looks very warm and very onto the face, but as it slowly sits down and dries out, some of the underpainting is going to show through. So it might be a little less chromatic, and it's going to be maybe slightly darker. But yes, that's why I am more in the back than in the front, because I have to answer all these questions before placing a brush stroke. Not because it's mandatory, not because it's necessary, but I doubt myself every time when I do something. I'm doubting myself. I'm trying to, I am my worst enemy in a sense, because that's something that that helps me to that what helps me to get to move to another I don't want to say another level, but to do another step forward. But it's not mandatory. It's not mandatory. And then let's say that I'm thinking about a pinky. So it's not about how much paint you put on, but rather where it will be and how it relates to everything else. And looking that direction to making sure that it has a flow, it's extremely annoying. I actually have a cramped neck because of moving that way all the time and not on the other side. And what I'm doing right now, I'm painting light on top of a form that represents a hand in a specifically designed shape that belongs to composition, or improve a composition. And I'm not afraid to go, as I showed you, all the way up here, because maybe I want to give him, maybe his hand is just going to show, I'm going to do opening right here. But then, I struggled with this because this shape and this shape are getting very close to each other and they're being very similar, and I don't want that. I want them to be different because that's an unwanted repetition. Just to show, maybe I can zoom in on that arm or that hand a little bit, that this is really just a bunch of bad brush strokes. Let me show you. Right? It's just a bunch of bad brush strokes. But since it's a little bit more organic and I'm a little bit better familiar with actually a human structure, you can see how much more interesting this is than this abomination of a wheel, right? Even though it's painted properly, it's not exciting to look at all. Literally zero for me. So that's why I'm contemplating, that's why I'm annoyed by that wheel. But the annoyance is I am kind of ignoring it because it has the right shape, right value to help the composition, and I will then work on it a little bit more. I will get a little bit more sketches. I will do some little small, adjustments to it and throw some pigment around to make it a little bit more interesting. And you can see how very, very red that hand is. That's fine. That's okay. That's not a problem. And when we're thinking about these brush strokes that I'm putting there, they're really just and I want something desaturated to combat that redness. And instead of actually painting a lot of things, I'm like, okay, this is going to be a side plane right here, so maybe I can just put the brush stroke there. And I can see right now it doesn't look right. It doesn't look like a pinky. So it was a wrong brush stroke. Right? And the reason why it does not look like a pinky right now, because with the brush, I am capable controlling only one side, one edge. Very rarely you are able to control both edges at the same time, left and right, or top or bottom. So I'm gonna go again, mix another and it's going to be another brush stroke. And again, I'm thinking about the direction. So perhaps it could go from here to here. So another brush stroke getting a little bit more that accuracy of a pinky, right? And I'm gonna step back and I'm gonna think about that. Is this working? Does this represent the hand or arm, or, and my camera is starting to zoom and trying to zoom and resume. So, the character is pulling something. How to reflect the tension in the hand and the weight by increasing the tension on veins? That's actually a good question. That's actually a very good question. Let me just zoom it out so you guys can see what I'm doing, where I am. That's a very good question, and I apologize for these crude adjustments, but I'm working only with one camera. Oops, okay. Coming back to your questions, not necessarily, because if you want to show attention right here, it's never only about the hand, it's about the whole body. So when you think about, there's a very famous painting that Repin painted, very famous Russian painter, Ilya Repin. And he has a painting, I think it's called Burlaks on the Volga, I think. But I'll check it later and link it. It doesn't really matter. The pressure, it's actually on the whole body, because if you're pulling something, it's not that you're like this, you're actually trying to push your whole body. So the whole movement needs to be shown. That's why I have a really, really hard time when people are telling, specific things. Of course, the veins are going to be popping more. Of course, the muscles are going to be tense. That's true. But you can solely show it by the fact that the person is actually lifted. It's slightly in a different position, and he's leaning towards the position like this that you wouldn't be able to hold normally unless you have something that you're holding behind. It's not only about the veins in the hand. It's very, very that's exactly what we're trying to avoid, because logically you're absolutely right, but you're not looking here. This is not the portrait. This is not the painting. This is a painting, right? So the position of him and the way how he is actually reacting to the environment for me creates a little bit more of that feeling. Not always, but in this particular case, it's not only about the hand. What I'm trying to do is to show everything that is possible with such a small and very characteristic part of the body as a hand is. There is a lot of moving parts, a lot of muscles that they are interplay. And you can get lost into the details, and you will start, working on the detail work, like all the veins and everything. And then you realize that your figure is like this. And nobody, maybe Charlie Chaplin walks like this with a cart. There is unrealistic motion. Indeed, it makes totally sense. The full character is involved and must reflect the movement. Thanks. It's always going to be like that. That's what I even mentioned, that I would have to probably lift the sleeve up, not because I want it to be up, but because if I want to show that grip, Actually, if I, I'm sorry, that's supposed to be a silent stream. Shush, people, we gotta be quiet. Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. If I'm actually connected with the microphone directly to a computer, so I can still talk. So that's what's up. That's what's up. I don't know. Maybe I can just remove my mic, and whenever you guys will have a question or anything like that, I'll just go. I will get closer to a computer and answer them. So keep that, keep the, keep. We will keep everything as it is right now. It's just going to be for a couple minutes because I just realized that perhaps I'm not sure. This is my assumption because everything was plugged into the wall. I promised you that I will make sure that I have everything set up, that camera is recording and all the kind of crazy things that we went through trying to make this make this stream happen. So what I suspect is that there was some, maybe there was no electricity during the night, or I don't know, something must have happened. I don't know what. So I'm kind of, I don't know. Well, for those of you who are regulars on this stream, you already know that these things are happening. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna be silent. But whenever I see something or there is something that I want to point out during what I work on, like for instance, right now I can see how my forearm is so thick, so thick. Yeah, always something goes wrong. Yeah, well, but why is it always my stream? I thought that something goes wrong and it just kind of, it's going to be spread through all the streams. It becomes a joke at this point. Yeah, so thank you, Dean, for calling me a joke. I'm laughing, but it's through the tears, so you know. Oh, God. God. See, actually, I still love you on your stream. Actually, this is a perfect time for me to start actually learning a sign language, by the way. Maybe that's the way to go. We will at least, we will get rid of one problem. Right? Wouldn't it be fun? I think it would be fun. The only thing that I don't know is whether or not the transmitter or whatever transport the wireless mic, whether or not it's charging while it's on. I think it does. We'll see. We will see. was looking at your website. Are you proposing some online training? What do you mean proposing some online training? I have some students, if that's what you were asking for, like a private students that I'm helping with their work, even online, because not everybody likes to be or has a different schedule or like to have a little bit more of that preferential treatment, if you wish. So yeah, I also actually have a students in my studio that come and study here, and I also go as a volunteer to different studios. So I have this is my studio and this is my project. Actually, let me put the paper towels away because I didn't even realize that they're blocking the view. So could you be more specific with your question? I live I live in Luxembourg. It is not easy to find mentors. I had to travel in France and look into online teacher. I'm always curious, and I find your talk really interesting. So I try to figure it out. How can I learn more from your technique and philosophical approach? Um, you know what? It's this stream. We are. This is like our. Uh, this is some. This is even for me. This is a new project. Specifically stream. What I decided to is that specifically because of even the people like you, when you're telling me that you are from Luxembourg, I'm from a really small country, actually not that far away from you. I'm from Slovakia. I used to study in LA, in St. Petersburg. I'm actually leaving uh, um, uh, for St. Petersburg to finish um, uh, 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 this is a diploma painting. Anyway, this is not that important. And the reason why this atelier, like an online atelier, actually happened, I was really missing that kind of a little bit broader art scene, and especially here in the very very small city where I am right now. That's not that many art enthusiasts. I also felt kind of strangled, no, stranded um, in that kind of a vacuum where art was not around me, and I felt that there is so many other people that would like to share knowledge and information and maybe gain some as well. So that's why this is a free kind of an atelier, a digital atelier experience, where I even call it a creative discourse, because we actually discuss all kinds of things here. We started today with the techniques and materials. Then we talk a little bit of philosophy. I talk a lot about um, uh, about Rembrandt. Actually, I was blanking out for a second, and I thought that all these streaming platforms are maybe being misused. So I decided to just broadcast the painting process and what it requires to be a professional painter. So I'm not necessarily a streamer. I'm a painter that pointed camera to a direction where I paint. And this is what happened. And it was, I've been doing this maybe for half a year in total, on and off, because it was really difficult when you look on the previous videos. I actually decided to stream and broadcast working on this particular painting. Not all the things, not all the preparations, not all the things that were before this, because it's a lot of work that happened before this. I've been working on this for years. It's a larger project, on and off, of course. It's not only this. And I was tired of not necessarily tired. Since I am only involved in the painting, I'm kind of, it's a closed group of people. So I didn't really go out that often. I didn't even know that people think that we just drink and have parties, and then I wake up early morning and then I paint for an hour and then I sell it for $100 million. Um, I wanted to show people that being a painter, it's an actual job. I'm coming here to studio every day at 8 a.m. and I'm leaving very, very late. Not because I have to, but because I like to be here. So that was the idea. And also I wanted to create that I thought that, actually, let me rephrase that. I thought that these streaming platforms could be a great place to start in terms of connecting people that they want to paint, that they're interested in painting, but they don't have a need to do so. So But yeah, you're right. It's an actual job. It is an actual job. If you do this 8 hours a day, you can consider that as your actual job. Yeah. So that was the idea. And here we are. I just got approved for affiliate program here. So we're testing ads and commercials. And they're I don't know if they're working. Probably they aren't, because I just don't want to. I didn't want it to. Uh, uh, um, um, I didn't want us to be distracted. I didn't see more ads. I think that I disabled them because I didn't like the way. I thought that it's going to be, one commercial every hour for 3 minutes, but it ain't happening. So probably I clicked something off, so there are no commercials. But that's not a problem. I don't really care. This is not about ads and subscription or anything like that. There are no paywalls behind this, and my website. It's for those who really wants to go to another step, and maybe you have a portfolio that you want to review, that you are preparing for a specific school, and so on and so forth. So it's more about that. And I actually, since painting is not the only part of art in general, of what I think about the art. So I also help students with perspective when it comes to architects. I have a background also with the sculpting. So when we talk about drawing or preparational drawing for sculptures, because sculptors and architects and painters, they all start with the drawings. So I focus on drawings with the students mostly. And it's more about what you are looking for rather than what I'm going to teach you, because that's another problem that I have. I'm not strict or purist when it comes to a painting or drawing. I like linear drawing. I like tonal drawing. I like mixed media drawing. I paint and draw on any kinds of surfaces. So there is no one way to get to a good result. I always remind myself, and also I talk about that a lot, that I've seen people and masters in their ateliers where I had to that I was fortunate enough to study, that you can paint with stuff that or draw with things that are on floor. I actually, on YouTube, I have a video which is called what do we call that? I think it was a painting. It was a bad painting Friday. That's something that we do on Fridays, that we just have fun with all kinds of different materials, and I'm purposely making it more difficult for me, for myself, just to explore the possibility and how far you can push the medium. And we worked purely with the scrap material. I have prepared the canvas for next bad painting Friday, which is just leftovers paint that I scraped on the canvas, and we're just gonna have fun with that. So that's basically what it is, and that's what the website serves purpose to. And I want to get more and more into sharing also writing. And when I say writing, I mean like a short. I would have like papers, research. That's not research pages, thoughts, but not in the way of a comment, more of a little bit more into detail, and so on and so forth. I totally support your project. I hope it will grow. I suppose that we are allowed to love painting and being isolated. It happens. Personally, I find no one to talk about it, which is maybe why I struggle to keep being motivated despite the good vibes it brings me. Oh yeah, book references, excellent. Here is the thing, most of the time people don't talk about this because it's behind the paywall. And that was the one thing that really annoys me when I was a student and struggling a student. I'm still a student, I'm still studying, but I have a little bit more experience. And I know how difficult for me was to even get these books that you see. Now, my first books, I used to work as a librarian, and I talked about this a lot. My first books I used to get as a copies that they were selected or or deemed to be unworthy of a library, so they used to give them away. I have plenty of the books. Students used to donate me books just because they knew how much I read, and some of them they were done with drawing or painting, and I collected all kinds of books. So, and then I have then as the time progresses, I've been painting since 2000. I don't know. I'm thinking. Oh, it's more than 10 years for sure. So I accumulated some of the books, and I don't use all of them all the time, but I like to have them in case that I need them. And I use right now a digital medium, so I try to have the PDF files of these books in my tablet, and I use that while I'm traveling, because it's just you can't carry all the books with you. Unfortunately, I wish I could. So that's that. And I'm glad that you're supporting the project. This is, like I said, there's nothing here hidden behind the paywall. If you'd like to join our Discord, you are more than welcome to join there as well. There is a link down in one of the sections. I don't know which one. How to call it specifically, where we actually have sections, and you can share your work, and we're having fun. So if you'd like to, you are more than welcome to join us on Discord as well. It's going to be limited for 50 people only as a starter, because I'm not sure I will be able to manage more people on the Discord, and so. I totally visualize you as a crazy traveler, a 50 meters tall stack of your books collection, delicately balanced on your back. Yeah, I would look exactly as my painting, with that little cartwheel behind me. I wouldn't be able to balance them at all. For sure, no way that I will be able to balance them. And you can also see right now, while I was actually standing there, and I'm sorry guys, I have to go and pick up my daughter from school. Thank you for a lot. Thank you a lot for this stream. See you. Of course, there is a schedule. Join our Discord if you're interested. We're posting our pictures there as well, so we're sharing the knowledge and information. And the schedule is mostly, unless something unexpected happened, every day from 12 to 4 Central European time. So you are in Luxembourg, so I think that should be in the same, maybe an hour difference, if I'm not mistaken. So thank you for joining us. It was awesome, and thank you for all your questions. And also, I hope the next time you join us, maybe with the pen and paper. That's all you need. Maybe pencil and paper and eraser. It's going to be fun. Good to see you there. And also enjoy the rest of the day. remind me not to paint so many houses missing like that again. It's not my thing. Gandalf was way more fun than this. So let me just, I think that it might be charged enough for the rest of the day. Let me just connect to a, let me just connect back to, connect my mic back to myself. And I'm sorry as again for that. For that situation, I really didn't expect that to be happen. So there's a note for myself when it comes to stream. When you get to studio in the morning, double check if your things were actually charged properly. So I finally avoid the difficulty with not putting them on the charger, right? But then I realized that perhaps if there is no electricity or something happens, they might not get charged. Learning every day. Let me zoom this out just a bit. And right now my phone said that it has only 20% of battery. That means that my camera on the palette is going to die as well. So we're perfect, we're golden, because it's about the end of the stream. But I am, these are the things that I am annoyed about, not because it would annoys me, but it kind of breaks that concentration. And not only mine, but also yours. And it breaks that train of thought. But I have to be a little bit more thankful, actually, for these distractions, because they helped me to actually rethink what's happening. And I completely changed the position for the hand, only because what I was trying to do was to paint it this way, only to realize that it has to go this way because he's holding it like so, right? And you could see me walking back and forth with that paper towels. This is actually a perfect example of how you could, let me just mute myself. So I'm holding this in my hand and I'm checking the position and making sure how my hand looks. Because like I said, not everything I can invent, because there are certain positions that I'm not familiar with. So I am in the mirror looking at my own hand and the mirror reflection, and I'm trying to remember what is happening with that arm and how to actually incorporate it into painting. So thinking that distraction or procrastination or some elements that get into your way are not beneficial, I have to think differently. I have to get to, because I would, otherwise I would simply, I don't know. I will get really, really crazy if I have to tell you the truth. So I'm over exaggerating my hand in the mirror, and I'm trying to understand what is happening there. Another thing is that, the hand and the arm looks okay right now, the length. But the problem is that if he's holding it, he's not holding it like this, right, with the arms all the way down. And that's the feeling of weight that we were talking about. So he cannot be like this. This is one way. It's that he's leaning. Okay, that there's a lean is a little bit there, but then also the hand has to be raised a little bit. The whole arm actually. It's raising. So we have a little bit of that elbow there, and it is, and depends on, well, he can't really hold it this way, right? Because that means that it's down right there. So it's something like, it's a slightly different position for a hand. And I realized that because I was just, I was sitting and trying to talk to the mic, and I was looking at the screen and what's painted there. So right now it's completely in shambles because it's just too much. So I'm just gonna grab a trusty palette knife and scrape the excess paint there and start again. The important part is that I realized that sooner than later. So all that work that we put into this, it's not bad, it's not a problem, it just was not working. And the only way how I was able to actually understand that, it's to paint it there. So it's not the right design. Well, that's what it is. I'm not going to pretend that I can actually make a perfect hand with the one brushstroke. That's just simply not going to happen. I don't think that Rembrandt was able to do that. It might look that he was doing it, but I don't think that that's the case. And not that I don't think, I saw his underpainting, I saw his half-finished painting, so I know that it's not what was happening. Sometimes it's good to actually slow down with the art and think about what's happening. Yeah. There is a space for being, or there is a time for being adventurous and, having fun. And you know how much I love that stage. I just playing with the pigment and just throwing it around and having fun with pigment in an abstract way. But then sometimes, and this is that example, sometimes you just have to work. If you paint naturalistic paintings, then you have to stop for a while and actually focus on how would it look in the real life. Okay, so I would have this and that. Yeah, it would go here, then cut right there. And interestingly, you would think that the knuckles are going to follow the line. No, they're going the other way around. It's really, really weird. I would never thought of that. And then as I was holding those paper towels, or paper towel roll, it's just kind of, it was obvious, and I was just around the mirror, so there was a no-brainer. Also, maybe I should push it a little bit more from the front, right? Because I have a lot of dark values around here. Maybe this should be the area when it's light, instead of dark as I was pushing it, right? And it will kind of also change the feeling, because the light is right here on this hand, not as much here. So it would give me a different kind of a shape. And instead of having knuckles all the way higher up, maybe they're going lower, and I won't be able to see fingers because they're going underneath this way. Underneath this way. So this is where my index finger are going to be right now. A little bit more this position. Which means that actually I could do, this is what I could do. And this is the problem, I put my highlight, or the lightest part of the shoulder up right here. It's not supposed to be there. I can actually push it lower here, which would actually give me a little bit more of an angle right here. And this could be a top part, which gives me a little bit, I'm kind of missing this part right here, right? So I put this, the bulge, the height of the form of a shoulder, I put it right here, right? So maybe I could push it a little lower this way, which could give me a little bit more swing with the dress of hairs, right? And these are all the things that they are difficult to actually see underneath all that clothes. And unless you start putting things there, unless you actually actively searching for these issues that and here's the thing, I would never think of that as an issue unless I painted or gain an experience by making these mistakes. I know from my own, because this is my problem with the anatomy. When I start putting drapes on top of it, it kind of break that structural feeling underneath. So knowing this, and being brutally honest to myself, I'm just, okay, all right, this needs to be adjusted. You might be, and DM7, that goes to you, you might be under the pressure of time because you have to finish it because of the gallery. I have to finish it because of this and that. But I'm rather, well, and hear me out with this. This might be a controversial. I would rather show good unfinished painting and receive a bad grade for that than trying to put something that I am not satisfied with. So this is where the shoulder is going to be. This is the part of the shoulder. This is the form right here. So this could go actually even darker. I could show a little step right here, and then from here starts the anatomy, maybe even closer this way. So the light would be somewhere here on top of the form. This is why I really, really like that idea of that makes sense. I also rather show good unfinished painting as well, or no showing it at all. Yeah, yeah. It's just, and this is not, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I need a little bit of, this is a thing that when you're trying to breathe and swallow your own saliva and talk at the same time. I almost choked myself. Excuse me. So I'm using myself and my hand as a reference. So this is when I'm out. This is what I'm looking at. So you see, this is my new reference here. Actually, a little bit more, maybe like this way. I don't know. Maybe, right? So I'm thinking and I'm rotating and you can see how, like, let's say even this, what's happening here, how it shows like my grip. It's loose. I'm not really gripping that hard, but if I really want to, you can start seeing some of these things. But how big is this when you're looking on the painting this size? It's not that big. I'm sorry, I'm still choking. Or not swallowing it at all. Yeah, it's totally happening to me. Yeah. So I'm thinking about this arm suddenly from slightly different perspective. It's not that it was wrong first time. I would probably get away with it only because it would be like looking like a hand. But I think that this little, this is what actually makes a difference between us and AI. And this is, again, this is going to be a controversial take, but you know, this is a safe space. Is that AI cannot, or I haven't seen it, redo or do it again only because feels like it's something else, right? And that's what I stand back and analyze my painting, got to practice what you preach about slowing down, and that helps. I see a few things I overworked because I was too worried about shape and the detail. You see, like suddenly, like you only want the detail in the certain areas, because if you put everywhere a detail, then everything is sweet. And remember that I don't know if you had a chance to see that Turner movie, but that is exactly what they were when I put that, you know, the red dot, and when I was talking about that red dot in the middle of the ocean. It's just suddenly just a little bit of detail is going to, you know, everything's going to fall into place. I forgot about the Turner movie. I forgot to make the value work with the composition. And here, see, these are all the checklists, and this is why it's awesome to be around in the studio, in the atelier, because you look left, you look right on the other paintings, you step back, you compare, you contrast, and you start seeing these, and you go through that checklist that I was talking about in my head. I was already trying to figure it out, the fingers and that, and I had to stop. I stepped back. I got distracted a little bit with that microphone, and it kind of refreshed my eyes because I was too consumed in making the hand look like a hand rather than making the overall feeling right there. It's called Mr. Turner, right? Yeah, I believe it's called Mr. Turner. Yeah. I have this tab open. Now I won't forget. Well, we will see. We will see. I can actually, maybe I should write it in a Discord chat. And I have light, it's going this direction. Okay, and it here's the thing. And this is what I'm looking at. What I'm seeing, what's happening with my knuckles. They're going almost like this into this direction on the hand. So instead of painting fingers, I'm looking for that a little bit more of a overall attitude of the hand. That would be probably the word. Overall attitude. And I'm just throwing the paint around this way. And I think it looks way better this way. First of all, it's again, it's from the imagination, but I used my own body as a reference. And since I'm using my body as a reference, a lot of times I see myself in every portrait because that's what I'm used to look at every day. Yeah, that will help a lot. It's rare for me to watch movies these days, so yeah, but this will be worth my time. Part of my job is in a sense, yeah, it is a part of a job. It is a part of a job. When I'm watching the YouTube videos, actually yesterday, I'm watching another painter's paint because I need that information. I need to see what they're up to and if it works for them or not. And if it does works for them, whoa, I'm there to steal it. Not that I'm going to copy their compositions, but I'm going to definitely be inspired by the ideas. So that will be all red. I can have like a lighter value here. So that could be a lighter value here. And I'm using again myself, and I'm looking only for light. So as I mentioned that I would maybe could use a lighter values here. So I'm pushing this lighter a little bit, right? So it's getting more towards us. Maybe right now it's a good time. It would be a good time to even create that a little bit of a better representation of, not better, more accurate representation of that handle going forward, right? So again, Rembrandt would be right there, open. So it will go this way, all the way in, like so. So I'm going to push this a little lighter, right? So it's starting to, okay, right now the hand feels way better, way better. It's not as good looking as was the first one in terms of like that kind of a nice brush strokes, but this is more structural. I know there is a lot of things that needs to be done. And perhaps with this position, I can actually go with that overlap right here and as it drapes in the back, right? So this all could be in the shadow. Let me just grab a bigger brush. Where's my favorite fan brush? There we go. My favorite one. This is the baby. This is the professional fan brush being abused from grocery store, my local grocery store. So I'm going to grab a little bit of this. And you might be thinking like, you're going to, going to throw that much pigment right now before the end. Well, it needs to go there. That's the time when I realize that I have to put it there. What am I going to wait for? Tomorrow? Well, tomorrow might not come, right? As they like to say. And correcting that. So I have something really around there. And I'm then throwing it around because I want to incorporate it there. Because I don't have, and right now even, this is awesome. You see like what's happening right here, the kind of a random shape that is happening? It is exactly how I pictured it, that maybe he's trailing behind with it, like this guy right here, right? So these are these little happy accidents that kind of create a way better random idea. Maybe even more here, and maybe we could create a not full but slightly darker value here this way, right? So it kind of, just visually, that might be a little too much. You see like a little too close to the edge. So I'm just going to move it a little bit more this way. So even more this way. Right here, maybe, right? And then I can go with the lighter value. And when I said lighter, I'm gonna go, I want to paint light on top of it, so I'm grabbing a little warmer mixture. And when I said warmer, I don't mean warm, I mean warmer from the one that I had. So that was a neutral leaning more towards blue. I have a neutral leaning more towards gray, like a warmer gray, greenish. And I'm going to push this way. And you're suddenly starting to see that there is some shift, there is something happening there. We're getting a little bit more three-dimensional. It is not ideal, it is not perfect, but it gave us some kind of a direction, another direction. And then maybe I could just make this a little less obvious there. Because I'm continuing with the light shape on the top of this, because that represents arm, right? And then when I have that light shape, then I can break it down with some of that, drop shadow right there. So let me see, where's my darker brush? So it could go like this way, here and up. That's a new version of that, right? Let's say, I don't know, it might go this way, right? And I could actually throw some shadow here as well, something a little darker, because perhaps there is the right, and it's slowly starting to build up that one. Right now, it does not have that line going across, but I'm going to introduce it maybe this way, like so. Let's see if it's going to work. That kind of a darker line right there. But that's just for fun, because this is, again, I jump back into that having fun wagon instead of being, like is it going, it's going towards us. So it should have slightly this direction, and as it moves away, it turns that way, right? So there is darker right here, it's going here, and there is another one, and that could go a little bit more here. I don't know, and maybe there is going to be a shadow on the arm right there. I'm not sure, it's just I'm throwing the shapes right there. It might go that way. I'm not saying that it is going that way, but it might. And this is like a mixture of specific pigment, which is randomness. And I'm overlapping things, and I'm just, I'm just having fun, right? And it's nothing particularly difficult or specific. I feel that I'm getting a little too dark, right? A little too dark, because I wanted to darken shadows, and I know that my shadows cannot go darker, so I'm going to bring more lighter values instead of darkening it. And I don't want to turn this towards green, so I'm going with this kind of an orangish. So if it's blue and the orange, it's not going to mix towards the green, it's going to be slightly warmer. So this is going to represent local color interfering with the light, right? So since the light has kind of a warmer feel to it, when it comes to outside and landscape. So let me just maybe introduce this a little bit here as his arm is there, right? Because this is where it's going to continue. And then this might be that shoulder that I'm talking about right here, continuing there. And again, I'm looking at that light, and I'm looking at the overall shape first, and I'm starting to feel the arm going actually forward. I don't know about you, but I'm starting, but it looks massive. It just looks massive. That arm. It just really looks big. So I might have a situation here. But he might be a bigger fella because he's carrying that thing. So, what's it's a father tuck or whatever is that. Yeah, but I sometimes watch YouTube videos on that too. Yeah, the another painters, definitely, you should, as much as you can, consume that. You don't have to even agree with what they're saying. You can just actually look what they're saying, and then look at their results, and find your own explanation on how to arrive to that kind of a state. But it's too risky. Sometimes I go off the course and deep into a rabbit hole that has nothing to do with art. Well, of course, but wait. Everything has to do with art. Do you know why? Because Marcel Duchamp actually exhibited a urinal. So, and he considered it art, and people are considering it art right now. So I don't think that there is such a thing as no art. One might argue, I'm not saying that that's what I think, but one might argue that there is even a urinal, it's an art. So, see how I swayed your opinions? It's just, and it's not because I want to disagree with you. It's just it's Marcel Duchamp kind of destroyed the whole artist. Maybe we should blame him for this. That everybody can be artist because he just decided to push that urinal. Because art is what we collectively decide that it's art, right? So. I don't even consider it art. I don't care what they think. Well, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right that you don't consider that art. But you know how much that not art costs? I think that actually the original was destroyed or stolen or something. It happened to it. So I think that they only have a replica of that urinal, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's all his fault. Yeah, it is for sure, for sure. Luckily, he's not here. He cannot defend himself. So let's blame him for everything that's wrong with an art. It's Marcel Duchamp's fault. I'm innocent. The problem is you can just have 100 million replicas of that urinal. When you paint something, it's not easy to replicate it. I'm pretty sure that he was aware that you can have 100 replicas of that. He just mentioned that. I think that that was more like a philosophical exercise or your reasoning, logical reasoning. I think that he was against that to be an art. He did it as a not necessarily as a joke, but as an experiment. How far we like how distorted the view is, only because he put it into a gallery and he put like a flashy name behind that, and suddenly a couple people that, you know, like curators, they're like, oh, this has to be masterpiece. I think it was a good experiment about not necessarily about the art, but about the way how we behave when it comes to art. So I'm not saying it's a good, but it was a good experiment, and I think he proved his theory. I think that he was silly. That reminds me of another so-called artist. I'm blanking on his name, but he had a simple graphic design, and once somebody bought that, he activated the shredding machine. Or banana taped on the wall with the duct tape. Well, here's the thing. The one that you're referring with the shredding machine, it's actually Banksy. And he's a street artist that wanted to prove a point. I think that he proved even because it actually failed midway. Right? So he had a special device, and as he was shredding it, it just got stuck. So there is a half painting, it's shredded, and half exists. It actually get even more money because of that, because it's because the idea is there and it's just halfway through executed. So that's Banksy, and you're right. But the banana, it's ridiculous. Banana is ridiculous. It's bananas. I think that's what they meant. Well, and hear me out with this. That we should blame. That's something that I actually think that I can blame Duchamp for. That he actually pointed out a great thing, but he did not. But how could he thought of the consequences of that? Because then people are going to throw things left and right, right? So it was like it's like a never-ending story, like the judgment. I don't know, like how would I put this? It's like if people would single-handedly decide that this is just a urinal, that's it, that would be precedence, and no one else would actually push this crazy ideas any further. I think it backfired at the end on us. But I don't think that his intention was malicious. I think that he just wanted to show that today you can call urinal an art and people are going to buy it because someone else actually said that it's art, right? So but it's just here again, these are just my not even opinion, these are observations. I'm going to call them observations because these really are observations. I don't think that you would read about this in a history books. I think that you have to arrive to this through reading not only a art history, but also history in general, and a philosophy as well. And then also there is there is a idea of, there's a people involved, right? So there is also psychology, sociology. Yeah, oh my God, there's just so much other stuff that you have to then get into. So I don't want to claim anything, because there is a, if I'm looking from a different angle, as a art, it's completely bad. As a philosophy that wants to show the problem with the society and with the idea of like, we consider art everything these days, as long as it's expensive, right? So there is a different angles to it. To me, it's a bit like calling yourself a professional runner because you can run 100 meters and compare yourself to 10K runners or something. Yes, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But, who is stopping you today, actually, to call yourself a runner? How many people actually follow the 100 meters running? You can actually claim that you are a professional runner. And I think that was the point. You do a good marketing around yourself, and you're just gonna get really, really into that kind of idea of problems. Hey, Mikey Mega. That's like a Mega Mikey. Okay, Good to see you here. Sheer scale of this is awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope that you're having a good time, and then you are working alongside. And if not, you're more than welcome to join us to paint alongside us. And definitely join the discussion about Marcel Duchamp and his urinal. I wanted to say urinal cake. I wanted to completely, just go even further. Why bother with the whole urinal? Just put the urinal cakes there. It's the same thing. So I have that hand mostly in the right position, I think. I'm not sure, but I feel way better about it. It still feels a little too big to his body, but it's also because there is a lot of fabric on top of him, and I need to wet the drape a little bit, or what was it, the comic book spandex, because you can see like this fabric look a little less bulky, but this one looks a little bulkier again. It's just, I don't know. It seems that it should be, I think the only problem is that with this hand, why it looks so big. It's because I measured it, it's correct, but I don't see the features on his face, so I don't consider this his head, but like I said, but just a small thing right here. And I don't see his feet, so I can't really see where he stands. So that's why this hand is so, it looks so big, because right now that's a dominant force in that area. Plus, you remember what I said, it's going directly, it's like a center of a canvas, right? So it's kind of a difficult. I recently saw an English film set in the 17th century that had a still tableau scene right in the middle. This is far more colorful, but just took me back to it. Wait, what are urinal cakes? I'm sorry, man. You just jump into a conversation between me and DM7 about Marcel Duchamp, a very famous. Let's say that he's an artist, and he's the one that actually put that urinal in the gallery in the museum and call it an art. Right, so I think it was more of a thought exercise, or provoking thought exercise, whether people like how sway people are going to be by the fact that, okay, he's exhibiting in the museum. If the museum allow the urinals into the building, it means that it's good. So maybe urinals are art as well. That's the thought that we had. Yeah, hey Peter, good to see you here as well. So that's what we were talking about. So I'm sorry. That's what I. that's what was happened. Yeah, exactly. You are from the modern age. You are absolutely right. Yeah, this is not a pipe. You are absolutely right. That's that exhibition or that gallery situation. So I wanted to clarify that if someone joined the stream and we're talking about the pissoirs and urinals and urinal cakes and stuff like that. So it's art related. It's art related. It's not anything else. So just a disclaimer. We should be careful with this DM7 when we just talk about random stuff and then people just showing it. And I'm pretty sure that it happens to you guys. I'm not the only one. That you enter the room and there is a discussion and you're just like in the middle of the conversation, not knowing what's happening, and sometimes random words are being used and described. So we're talking strictly about art. Yeah, we should, but it's why it's called Asylum Atelier. Yeah, exactly. This is your space. I insist you keep it up. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. But this is more like a creative discourse. So every one of us chiming in on the topic of urinals right now. And I don't think of this as a MySpace. I think this as a digital atelier in terms of that we are connected digitally and we all paint alongside and share this information. So since you are part of it, you have a. This is too hilarious, right? This is happened. This is it's the end of the painting day, so it has to be a little funnier. It's a Monday. We have to get Monday. No, it's Tuesday. So, or is it Monday? I don't even know. I think it's Tuesday. That's what happens when you paint every day. So maybe slightly. I'm just trying to get that a proper grip and rotation of the arm as an overall shape before I get into details. So let me see the mirror reflection. No, I think the mirror reflection works actually pretty well. The only problem that I have, as I mentioned before, it's that. Oh, that's great. I didn't know the word atelier, but often describe the art category as a shared studio space of individual projects. Only reason I know the day is because I'm anxious about the upcoming gallery. Otherwise, days mean nothing to me. Oh, I know. You're getting ready to a gallery opening. Are you excited, DM7? Is it? Do you have that kind of a I'm excited, but also I'm afraid feeling in running through your body? I'm pretty sure you do. So maybe a little bit of that, not detail, but the direction that I need to show here, just a little bit. So there is a little depression there. And also I'm thinking that maybe, yeah, because of this, I should probably push the elbow right here. Maybe, but that's not necessarily more afraid than excited. Why would you feel more afraid than excited? Yeah, I think this is a better position for the hand. I think that we did that was a right choice to move towards this. Wait, what time is it? Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I've been painting and I have to go. because I have another project that I have to work on. Um, um, but I want to continue painting. I don't want to stop. Probably because it's my first time with the gallery. Oh yeah, I see, I know. It's just so it's not that you are afraid of something, you are afraid of not knowing. Okay, all right, I get it. Now I get it. Well, that's understandable. I will allow that. That was a good painting session. I need to stop soon and get the dinner started. Yeah, afraid of not knowing. Hope it goes great. Yeah, definitely. Me too. You have a lot of great things that are happening in your paintings. They're working for you. So I wouldn't be worried about the probably only not knowing that, how many people are going to come and, how to do like these, all the things around that. But I wouldn't be worried about the quality of your work. That's awesome. So I'm there with you. I wish I could be. Unfortunately, it's exactly where I have to travel or prepare my travels as well. Actually, I was supposed to be already there today. So it's not really, I can't really go, but they said I can do 16 paintings, but I don't have all I want to show. And a lot of paintings I liked got sold. Yeah, but here's the thing. What I do when, when it comes to this situation, and maybe this is not as easy, but I'd like to collect and ask owners of paintings if they can lend me that painting for the exhibitions, of course with the idea of that they're going to be recognized as the owners, if they so choose, and the painting is going to be actually assigned as already sold in the private collection rather. Sweden. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, that the collectors are international. Yeah, that's the problem these days, that you have patrons all over the place, and it's difficult to then maneuver. Yeah, I definitely understand that. It's just something that I do with my paintings, especially with larger pieces. I always put like a little clause into that contract that if they agree with it, I would like to use that painting during the exhibition. And actually, a lot of collectors like to do that because they like to have these paintings displayed, and they not always have a space to display them. So and share with another people. That's something that I like to do also for a. Otherwise, that would be a wonderful idea. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Maybe sometimes I keep it in mind because I don't think I can sell big paintings internationally. Oh, of course you can. Of course you can. Of course you can. It's actually it's no difference. It's no difference. It's just it's a different. You need a different. There is a market for smaller paintings, and there is a market for bigger paintings. I'm sorry. It's not that big. It's even more niche when it comes to this, because these paintings cannot be displayed in your regular apartment because you wouldn't be able to enjoy them. They has to be in the larger space, right? So it's more about because they have a decorative purposes, right? So you need a little bit larger. A thing. So usually these goes for representational areas, right? So there is some kind of a official building or something like that. So there used to be displayed there. I can imagine it is a mark of pride as long as the logistics don't come prohibitive towards their goodwill. Yeah, finding a way to pack it safely and get shipped in the whole. It is the whole different game. I got lucky and found a sweet spot for current size, so it's not too bad. Oh, it is a business decision to paint to a scale that demands a certain client. Never occurred to me. It is. But just to put it into, and that might be actually our closing, our outro, rather. I don't think that you should. Well, not I don't think. I'm gonna give you not necessarily. It's my opinion, but that's the way how I think about it. I don't think that you should necessarily go and think of this that, oh, I'm going to paint smaller because it's easier to sell and it's easier to ship. Because very quickly you're going to, or you might, depends on how much you like art, and depends on how much art means to you. Because it's not necessarily restraining. I'm not saying that, you know, painting a beautiful small. We have a bunch of them here around. You know the examples from Bed Painting Friday. They're actually hanged right here. Well, where's my head? Right there. Right, those are Bed Painting Fridays. Actually, I can bring them, at least one of them, or both. You saw them DM, so for you this is nothing new. But these are small sketches, and if they're nicely framed and they have like a kind of a nice because you can see like this is my painting. It's like this small, but then the frame makes it two times bigger. But it kind of frames it nicely, and they look good in these. And I did not paint these necessarily size for customer. It was just appropriate size for the subject. So that's how I approach the problem with the sizes. And then, yes, there are customers that they would prefer the smaller pieces because they're like a little bit more a closer relationship with that painting when you get closer to it. And then some customers, and they have also, depends on the space and, you know, financial situation and the price of a painting. And some, they have a larger, not necessarily, it could be a commercial building. And when I say commercial building, I mean that they have an office. And they have office space, and you know you have your clients there, and you have. I don't. This is going to sound pretentious, but you have your beautiful. I don't know, like a luxurious sofa, and then you have these beautiful paintings as well. So it kind of creates a different environment and different vibe, even when you. Even in the commercial building, so that might be a thing. And then also, then you have sometimes these big paintings are not only for individuals, but also for a church. This particular one, right? Because it's not a religious painting necessarily for me. I don't think about that, but it could be actually hanged in the church or in that kind of a church-related official buildings, right? And also since these are very important two figures in the history of my country, it's Cyril and Methodius. They brought a language to us. So this kind of building actually can be hanged and be commissioned to you by the government, right? None of these, what I said, it's true about this particular painting, but there are different ways to think about it. I paint small, I paint big, depends on what the subject requires. I'm not really restraining myself when it comes to size based on whether or not I can ship it. Because I'm painting this one and I'm not able to ship it. I'm not able to walk with it, so I will have to repaint it somewhere else. But anyway, that's my 2 cents on when it comes to sizes. It's not necessarily true or it does not necessarily need to work for you. It does not necessarily need to be your particular taste. But I like to think about these this way. And it doesn't really matter. Like I said, we're playing with the different sizes and different oops, my microphone finally. Is it working? Working. Okay, I was for a second. Okay, I can imagine it is a more of a. Okay, there's a client. Never occurred to me so pretty. Your country, just for context, I'm from Slovakia. Thanks for your overview of everything. Of course. This is something that we actually, if you chime in or join us, we have these atelier. I'm going to call them, atelier paintings, because we all paint together and we exchange this information. You will hear a lot about these. This discussion. I even call it creative discourse, just because we're really trying to get or exchange the knowledge and exchange information. So I'll be more than happy if you join us, and I would like to invite you to paint alongside. That's probably the best way to enjoy this, because a lot of things that we talk about here, these are philosophical, abstract ideas. The only way how you can actually prove it or disprove it, when I say prove it, the only way how you can actually make sure that it works, it's when it's on the canvas. So all the information and all the all the words, it's just a starting point, so to speak. So it was my pleasure to be here with you guys today. I hope that we got most of the time. I apologize again for the microphone situation. Like I said, it happens. Luckily, you guys caught it that I'm talking to nobody for a couple minutes. So my apologies for that again. Simultaneously, I want to invite you to another stream. And if you are more interested about this project, and actually what this digital atelier, or like a digital hub, I'm going to call it, for progresses, there is a whole database of the every video, VODs, videos on demand on YouTube. I'm actually streaming it simultaneously on Twitch and YouTube as well. So you can check it. You can check it there. And yeah, I guess I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Hopefully, if anything happens, you guys know that I'm trying to keep you posted on the Discord. So if you want to join even our Discord, you are more than welcome to do that as well. So yeah, I have to go. I have to switch to another lesson that I have right now. Actually, that's not a lesson. It's my work that I have to finish the commission. So I hope to see you tomorrow. Stay cool and enjoy the rest of the day. It was awesome today. Thank you. Bye.